Hey guys, welcome back to Coin Pusher Realms. Very sad song to start the day with. I just put it on shuffle, dude. It's okay, we got some Skyrim soundtrack coming up after this. It's my phlegm. I got a lot of it, I don't know why. You didn't need to know that. Probably TMI, right? Either way, today I want to tackle the plan for pre-production for the first playable, a vertical slice, and the early access launch. At least get a rough overview of what features and how complete each of them should be, so that we know generally what our end goal is going to be. That's the first thing I want to do today, and then there might be some other things that we jump into. But this is the start. This is number one. And of course, welcome back. I know we played a lot of Borderlands 4 recently. We're going to be playing Ghost of Yotei very soon, within about a week. About a week. Next Thursday, the 2nd, we'll be starting Ghost of Yotei, and that'll be on our PS5, of course. I don't have a PS5 Pro. That will be in Japanese with English subtitles, so for anybody who's either not liking some of the things that certain English voice actors have said, that'll be a good thing to watch. Or for people who just like the immersion and want to really feel like they're in, that feudal Japan. I played the first one, Ghost of Tsushima, in Japanese. It was amazing. It was so good. So I'm looking forward to the second, and we'll see how good it is. Unless the game reviews horribly, in which case I'll probably just save my money. We got a lot of games coming out in October. Hades 2 comes out too, doesn't it? Or is that this month? That is literally tomorrow, actually. Hades 2 comes out. Pretty exciting. I do want to play that. I will be gone tomorrow, though. Okay, so I want to put this into U-Track. Let's get on board. Let's actually do work today. And probably design. Nah, that's more like the pre-production. Let's make a new page for pre-production. Pre-pro plan. And you know what? I'm going to throw that in a separate article. Child. It's like we like children here. Let's not get canceled that early in the day. Not even 9 a.m. But I'm going to map it out in good old Notepad++ here. So we need two things. We need our first playable, which is really just core gameplay loop. Does that feel good? We need the vertical, well, okay, so here's the thing. Vertical slice is a bit of a I don't yet know what our early access should look like, and because I don't know yet what our early access should look like, I don't know whether or not we will have a traditional vertical slice. I think that we should at least have a very finalized first playable, similar to what we had for Cauldron Chronicles. Well, I do want a traditional vertical slice. I do want one. I could work backwards. Here. Three realms. These will be the Wild West, the stylized fantasy, and What's the other one? Oh yeah, the horror hotel. Hey, Lepus. I was thinking it'd be pretty cool to get to do like some crossover events if this game actually does have some financial success and is fun. I think it'd be really cool to have like a I mean, this would be impossible to get right, but imagine like a Terraria themed realm with a Terraria coin pusher and stuff that was like that. Like we could do a whole bunch of fun little crossovers, I think, with other games if we wanted to go down that route. Let's worry about that in the future. 3 realms. We want the save and load system. This is going to be unordered, just as it comes to the mind. Let me separate this. Early access release. I'm wondering if we need to have trinkets at release of early access. Yes. Well, yes. Yeah, I want them at release or early access. I think we wanted 2 additional realms during early access release, so we would both fix and improve things and release new realms in between. So we'd probably have like a fix and improvements, quality of life, new realm, fix and improvements, quality of life, new realm, and I guess that second one would be full release. I don't know, it just depends. It kind of depends on how fast we can make them and whether or not the game actually is making money in this way. It'll make some money. It's a big question mark right now, isn't it? I don't think that we need the intro. Intro hooks. The thing is that the intro level is just really simple. What happened? What happened? What you say no? Where's... Did you guys not hear it? I heard it. You didn't hear it? Okay, give me 1 second. That sometimes happens. That's probably not the right input that it's listening to. Hold on, let me... Okay. Is that fixed now? You guys hear that one? I was listening to the wrong input. I think I fucked something up when I was messing around yesterday. Oh, by the way, yesterday after work, I got our mod list installed. Look at this. Look what we have. There was a really nice community visual overhaul in Wabbajack that is no gameplay changes at all. So I was able to just download and use this, and then I added our randomizer mods to it, and it seemed to all be working when I loaded it up and tried it out. So we are ready for Friday to do absolutely absurd. No, I don't want to try again. Fuck you. We're ready to go. Just to make sure the doors were working, I left the starter area, went through a door, and I ended up in Rifted. So, and a guard immediately talked to me wearing Morrowind armor, and yeah. So I think it's working. It's gonna be absolutely wild. I don't know how far we're gonna make it in the main story, but we're gonna try to make it as far as we can. Later EA or full release. Here's the thing is, like, when I have to go talk to the Greybeards, just keep this in mind, I can't just go up to the mountain and enter the Greybeard Sanctum. I have to find a door somewhere around the world that leads to the Greybeard's place. That's how I get up there. And then when they say, meet us outside so you can practice your whirlwind fart, I have to then make my way outside. It's gonna be horrible. And you guys will have crowd control enabled too, so you guys can drain my stamina, give me levels, take away my weapons, do a whole bunch of kill me if you want. Okay, later EA or full release. For sure 2 realms. At least 2 realms. And we don't know what yet. Yeah, you want to see what you can do with crowd control? I might have to disable some of these if they're a little bit too disruptive, but let's first see what they have. Oh, it's installing an update. It's so exciting. Yeah, please wait. Okay. Are you done? Okay, where's the full effect list? So you guys can, like, give me health. You can activate different scrolls, which, you know, some of them might be nice. You can just enable a bad random spell on me. I can explode, and there's a cheese explosion. You can disable my crouch, disable fast travel. Some of these are horrible. Can increase my speed, launch me into the air. Okay, sending me to jail I might have to disable because that actually breaks the the door randomizer, so keep that in mind. That might not be a good thing. You can just spawn things. You can spawn a dragon. You can spawn a dragon on me. Don't do that in dungeons. Are these ones disabled? Yeah, I think these ones are disabled, but I can also enable ones where you can raise or lower my skills, change my race. Pretty wild. You can fast travel me to locations. That's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. First playable, we should just have the one realm. Or let's say, like, first playable 1.0. I want to do a first playable 2.0 where we... Because first things we should do is just see if the gameplay loop is actually there. And that should be as fast and simple as possible. But then we need to check the technical backbone of the game. Can we add in New realms. Does the switching work? You know, all the back end of doing that shit. Immediately starts when running the game, like Reloaded currently does. We're not gonna have like a main menu or anything or options. This is literally just gonna be press play, you're in the game, not meant for players, not meant to be released, test gameplay loop, figure out some of the technical unknowns. First playable 2.0 should have the 2 realms. That should be Wild West and let's say the stylized fantasy. We'll put dates here too. So let's say end of year. Is it end EOY or? Why does that look wrong? I don't know why I would think it's wrong. It just looks wrong. I don't know why. End of year 2025. Or we can just say, let's just say quarter 4 2025. I want to have this done. Let's do no save load. Main menu. Yeah, let's do one mini game. Not automatically triggered. What else do we need to test here? Let's say Wild West. My spelling's horrible today. We need the beautiful corner for the Wild West. I'm like, that's not right. Wild West beautiful corner we need made. And I think that I'll leave that up to Rex. That'll be on him. We're gonna need a technical design document and initial GDD. Some of these, you know, we need for the end of First Playable 1.0. Some of them we need during First Playable, but I just want to see everything we need before we can say, or we can ask ourselves, is this first version of the First Playable good? Yes, no. That's what we'll put here in this section. We need the Wild West Beautiful Corner, Wild West, what am I thinking? The mood board. I'm rusty today. Man, we played too many games. It's a good thing we're not playing any games for... Oh, only 2 days. Well, actually, tomorrow I'm playing games too. Just not in office. Not in my office. Wild West mood board, we need the Wild West lockout. This will be bare bones functionality of main progression. Do we want that the core machine? What's the term for it? It's not machine. Cabinet. Do we want to actually like fully make the cabinet? Rex probably could. It's kind of the most important thing to have working well. It's a good song. I keep saying like 3.0, but really these are just like different milestones for our first playable, to be honest. Let's just do milestone 1. I'm gonna put the 2 realms down here because we should probably just focus on making the first realm fully functional and feeling good. That way we know whether or not the gameplay loop that we want to exist in each of the realms is fun or not. So I don't want to rush that. That would be really stupid of me. Well, if we do bare bones functionality of main progression, how many mechanics do we have as part of the table or the cabinet in the Wild West? Also, we probably shouldn't call them table mechanics here. I'm a bit nuts with seating. Now I made a bit seating system so I can store simple things like infloats. Oh, you reminded me actually of our own seating system. I think I have a solution. I think I have a solution to fix our problem. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we can easily seed in Unreal, right? We know how to do that. That's easy to do. The problem is with the version agnostic creation of trinkets and capability of changing buff pools while still keeping reliable seed generation between versions. This is going to be really, really difficult to do, but I think that if we use the seed to generate a normalized, within a normalized range, let's say 0 to 100, then fit the buff pools into those systems like that, this would actually work here. And that way you can select the version that you want for the seed, and the buff debuff pools will always fit within that range, but we will generate a consistent amount. So if somebody generates it with certain DLC enabled, then anybody with that same enabling, it should work. I think this is one way that we can get it to work. A seed's easy, but the problem is that we want players to be able to generate the exact same thing from version to version with the same seed. And that's where this is kind of almost impossible. Yeah, we just have very different aims, Tremels. Your system is meant for yours, my system is meant for chaos. If I just never wanted players to be able to generate things off of seeds, wouldn't be a problem. But because I want that, everything is ruined. But we already have a full write-up about it. I just would need to go back and fix that up a little bit. Hey, Hogan. How's it going? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing alright. Getting back into the swing of things with Coin Pusher Realms. We can do a fully working cabinet with incomplete visuals. At your first day of Masters. Oh shit. Good luck. Very much wish you good luck on that. One minigame functional. Airbone's functionality of main progression. You can get a master's in game dev? What the fuck do you learn in master's game dev? Masters? How to be effective to help you get a job? I mean, wouldn't that just be like, be specialized? Yeah, I can tell you that too without wasting time. Specialize, learn as much as you can, and then pray to God. Make games. You want to be an artist? Portfolio, portfolio, portfolio. That is the only important thing is portfolio. Knowing how to work in a team is really important. I agree with that. 100% agree. That's where working on like game jams and finding like a team of people and just making something small. That's it. We're an indie company making 6 games. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, Insight. How's my day been? It's been 30 minutes. And I've been getting distracted. I gotta focus. First, One Realm, Wild West. Let's kind of... Let's keep a running log here. So we have the Wild West. Let's definitely have the save load system. We're not gonna have the intro level here yet. We shouldn't even need the switching realms until we have the milestone with the realm switching. Yeah, there's gonna be a stylized fantasy, and I'm gonna theme it off of Golden Chronicles. You paid for the prototype. How much did you pay? Who did you pay? Haven't figured out how to test it. Not a very good prototype. 350 bucks for a prototype. Yeah, but you say prototype. What are we talking about? Like, what are your features in this? Cinti assets look nicely. You could have a low poly realm too. You have a ton of fully fledged packs. I don't mind doing like low poly, but I almost want to do... I want to separate art style from realm. He's probably going to get scammed. 350 bucks for a game prototype. I mean, I could make that because I'm in Poland. 350 bucks is... Well, technically for somebody like me, 350 bucks pays for like a week, maybe 2. $350 ain't much though. I don't know what you're paying for. You seem dead set on proving me wrong. I mean, hey, best of luck. If you can do it, but... We could probably work on visuals in the background if we have the block out. We can probably get a Wild West asset list too. I'm trying to think of what I can do and versus what... Proof of concept for a Kickstarter. Like, I know a lot of people with Kickstarter, and ones that have run successful Kickstarters. A proof of concept will not get you a successful Kickstarter. I'm just gonna warn you right now. It's absolutely not gonna work. Speaking of Fab, yes, Fab does have some new assets actually right now. The Orb. Let me log in. It always forgets me. Why does it do that? How annoying. Email and password do not match. Okay, I can't get that right now because I forgot. Yeah, but the thing is, like, you say proof of concept for Kickstarter, running it from a marketing agency. Do you know how much this costs? And do you know how much time you need to run? Just so you know, when you run a Kickstarter campaign, you need to have a pre-campaign. Because if people don't know about your game, they're not going to Kickstart it. You can't just throw up a Kickstarter and pray for success. It doesn't work anymore. And I can show you examples of people who have tried that over and over and over. Fail, 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 fail. When they could have spent those 6 months instead of making bullshit Kickstarter campaigns. Email list is not going to cut it either. The conversion rate for emails is horrible. Like this, you don't have anybody to email. I'm telling you, the conversion rate between these is really bad, and Kickstarter is even not really recommended for indie developers anymore. It's just not. It's a hope and a prayer. I do not need an asset right now, Huge Cookie, but I do appreciate the offer. I mean, even people with demos don't get successful Kickstarters. It's just that a demo is arguably necessary. You know, it's one thing that is common between successful Kickstarters, but not everybody with a playable demo has a successful Kickstarter. So even that, marketing agency isn't going to do fuck all for you. Because again, if you don't have anything that's actually worthwhile, playable, or valuable, people aren't going to give you that value. And if you don't ask for enough, people really don't want to support a second round of Kickstarter funding. And what are you going to promise them? What, game keys? Physical assets? Physical assets cost a lot. In some cases, companies spend more money providing physical Kickstarter assets to players, or rewards, than they actually made from it. It's really not. It's not good. The rate of success in Kickstarter is abysmal. And the ones that do have successful Kickstarters, are people usually with vertical slices in almost all cases. I mean, this person was only asking for 2,000 bucks. And look at all the physical stuff. You know how much that's going to cost them? It's not going to be good, man. They're going to spend more money on those physical assets than they made because they have to ship it worldwide. 2-year delay on that one. Heard too many news about that. This one made 100,000 euros. Let's see what you need to make 100,000 euros. Oh, it's, by the way, this is from people who already made a successful game.
It's not enough.
How much do you think this costs? Because I can tell you, I've talked to studios that have made these animations. It's expensive.
No one has ever made it to the breach. It just stays existing out there. Poisoning.
This is a vertical slice.
Further. Fate has bound us.
Fully finished artwork. Actually playable. And they just passed their goal. They're paying for these people? That's expensive too. Have you ever hired voice actors? They're fucking expensive, yo. And by the way, you lose about, you should always ask for about 33% more than you actually need. Keep that in mind. So, I'm just saying, like, do you actually expect to have all this? Because this is what you would need to make a successful Kickstarter. You need the promises, you need all the art, and you need your vertical slice. This shit's expensive. You're not just putting the cart before the horse. You have put the cart in a different town than the horse. And the horse is dead. It took me and Rex like 3 months to make this. And I've made games before. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The card is dynamite. But I don't know. I wish you loads of success. But 350 bucks ain't gonna pay for a prototype. It will pay for a system, maybe one of them, to get prototyped. But you need to do market analysis. You need to actually see if people are willing to pay for your game. If people actually want your title. Because if people aren't willing to pay for your title, then you don't have any financial success no matter how good the game is. Charge 200 per hour. I wouldn't charge 200 per hour. I can prototype games for cheaper than that. That's because I live in someplace cheaper. Even load system. Pretty much all this would be on Rex. This would be on me. I think we can do it. Well, I mean, if you're just making like a game as a hobby, then I don't really have any realistic expectation for it, right? But once you start to cross the realm of hobbyist into you're actually wanting to make a product to be financially successful, then I'm going to judge your game a lot harsher and your ideas a lot harsher. Because if you're just being a hobbyist, it's like, yeah, I mean, do what you want. It doesn't matter. But the difference between somebody in the professional industry and the hobbyist industry is that when you're a professional working for a company, that company needs to make money or the company folds. And if you're not able to make that company money or do work in a way that is financially viable for that company, then you are not going to fit there. That's why I want to see the numbers. I want to see, what's your competition? What are the games in similar market? What's your market analysis? Who's your target audience for this? What are they playing? Do they want to play a game like yours? Where's the call for it? How much are you looking for? What's your expected price? Your PPU. How many lifetime sales? How many sales within the first week, the first month? What are we looking at here? Yeah, but in-game cosmetics, people will not buy in-game cosmetics if people do not play your game. People have to buy your game first to buy in-game cosmetics, and they have to want to buy in-game cosmetics for you to make the money from that. So if that's your monetization, then take a look at all the games with in-game cosmetics. They are actually really fun games at their core. Sometimes they have very, very addictive, enjoyable core gameplay loops, which makes people want to buy the microtransactions. Monetization design is a whole different subset of game design. There are people that are hired just to make a game financially successful in that way. You can't just throw it into your game and expect that the whales are going to pay for it. They're not. You can't catch a whale without bait. And if your bait is bad, they're not going to bite. This is what I mean. Let's say October is pretty much October is a very shitty month for us, right? But November and half of December we have. So we have about 2 months of development work between October, November, and December. Is that enough to get all this done? The fully working cabinet with incomplete visuals, I think, yeah, that should be okay. We just need to get it going fast. How many people? It's 2 people. Me and an artist. And if we need it, I can always ping Cuthbert for some coding work, but right now, I don't think we need any of that. You should not have played games when you should have been working. I'm playing games, Trill Duck. You can't stop me. But the thing is, if people are still playing For Honor, you need to do better than For Honor. Someone should be fine for that? I think so too. You Insight. Need to do better than all these people. Than the 30 minutes. Here are your animators. You alone, or with the money, need to hire the people to do that. It's going to cost you $20,000 for a skilled animator. Can pay for one animator maybe for... Depends where. Let's just say 3 to 5 months. But do you know how to lead those people? Because you can buy an animator, but these are people that have worked in teams before, mostly. Can you actually lead them in a way that is financially efficient for you? Like, do you know how to talk to an animator to get what you want? Is really the question here. That these people were not able to achieve. Or the tech artists, wherever they are. There's probably quite a few of them. Oh, and all these programmers too. We definitely don't need a main menu for first playable, milestone 2 or 3. I think our milestone 3 should just focus on adding stylized fantasy. And this will be the longest one. Milestone 2 should introduce the save load system for sure. Let's say the sounds would be nice to have too. And it's using store assets? No, we're only 2 people. Don't worry, I've planned pre-productions before. I know what I'm doing. It's just it's a lot of work. It usually takes multiple days to plan a good pre-production or milestone plans. And we're inevitably going to have to come back to this and tweak it after we complete milestone 1. How many people Insight are playing For Honor in the way that you want? Like, how many people do you actually expect to bring over to your game? And do you have any comparisons of player count between what you expect and games that are like yours? Hey, you need your research. A 1,000 downloads is not going to do it. 1,000 downloads is not going to get you what you want. Is it a premium game? Premium? If your monetization is only microtransactions, then you need to look up statistics on how many people playing those games actually buy microtransactions. Not gonna work. Make your customer profile. Do some simple analysis. $10,000? Do you know how hard it is to get 10,000 downloads on a game? Without a publisher? And if you want to get a publisher, by the way, your requirement of materials to pitch is tenfold as high. And publishers will take at least 50%. And for you, even if they make you an offer, guaranteed 50 to 70% they're going to take of all profits. And that's gross profit. So that's after the 30% that Steam would take. So I mean, you sell, let's say you even want to price the game at, let's say, like $20, right? And let's even say that you don't have a recoupment clause, which is you will have one. Let's say you actually manage to sell 10,000 copies at 20 USD, which is an insane amount, by the way. An insane amount. It's very high. That's how much you would have. And then let's time that by 0.7. $70, and then you would have to remove about, let's say, about 25% of that for taxes. Oops, hold on. 0.75. That's what you would be sitting with in your coffers. That can pay for one developer for a year. Oh, it's free to play. So yeah, if you have no experience with monetization design, let's see if we can find some stats in it, because I'm curious too. Let's see if we can find some conversion stats. One to 5%, bro. Yeah, it's about what I expected. 1 to 5% of your players will actually buy microtransactions. But the thing is, you're saying you hope testers like the simple loop. Are you expecting to do this testing before or after Kickstarter? And what tool have you used to design this backer kit? Who have you talked to with experience running Kickstarter campaigns? Sounds and music is actually something that's pretty easy for us to implement. It just requires that we have the all the minigames actually working. No, it's just insight. You keep saying you're planning, but I ask you again. We've been talking about your plan for this for like 3 months. Have you in that time actually opened up the engine and done any prototyping yourself? Yeah, have you actually in that time opened up the engine? Because I just want you to know, we made this in less than a year. This is a fully working game. It's not great. I have my own problems with it. I even think this rating is too high for what it is. But I spent $350 on the localization for this game. This was fewer than 1,000 words. Not this one. I wish I could make something like that. I spent $350 on the localization for this game. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4 of these languages for free. Just, you know. Something to keep in mind. So I lost money on the game, of course. Games are expensive. Games are expensive. This was the estimated budget for Golden Chronicles. 4 million euros. And that was, 3.8 is probably a little bit of an underestimation just because every game ends up being more expensive than you planned it to be. And this wasn't made with ChatGPT, this wasn't anything. I have the actual salary data here. I have the milestone plan, this is again... I know how to make this, because I have made games before. Even our vertical slice would cost 1.2 million. Pre-production would cost just about 100,000 just to finish pre-production. 3 months. The main progression of the Wild West realm is really gonna be tough. We're just gonna have to gray box it. I know, but you're explaining the fact that you have to explain so much inside is part of the problem. I know what you want to build. You want to build a rock, paper, scissors sort of 1v1 PvP game. I laid it out for you. I laid out exactly what your prototype should look like, and you could make this. This shouldn't be too hard to do. Let me pull it up again. Thank you for, it's gonna show some stuff. This is what it should look like. 1v1 mode where 2 people can connect via IP. Doesn't have to be secure, just working. Those 2 people can duel until one is dead, with the dead person respawning, both players getting full health back. 1 attack, 1 block, HP bars, everything replicated. That's it. Do that only. Don't care about making a prototype, don't care about the terminology for anything. Nothing else needs to be explained. You don't need a milestone plan, you don't need a Kickstarter plan, a backer kit, you don't need to worry about publishers, whatever. This is it. Just it. You say this is what you made a prototype of. Did you make a prototype of it? And actually, yeah, Hogan's not wrong. Throw it up on Roblox. Make it in some other game that's easier to make it in. I mean, that's a perfect way to do it. I see developers all the time prototyping in Roblox, in Minecraft, in PlayStation Dreams, anything that gets them the fastest way to test their gameplay loop. That's the best way to prototype. And sometimes I've seen people working in Unity who prototype in Unreal because it's faster to prototype in there and then remake it in Unity. And these are all valid ways to make games. 100%. You can do this. I know you can do this. Fuck it, I'll even take... This is easy to prototype, okay? There are tutorials out there for how to connect to people and make a multiplayer game in Unreal. Replication is built into Unreal. Pretty easy to tick on. And you can buy free asset packs with attack animations and block animations. I mean, these are very easy to find. They don't even have to look good. They just have to be functional, right? It can be just a player going like this, You can animate the punch, okay? That's it. And a block can just be that. That's it. And there's probably templates out there too with these animations or with fully working characters. I mean, doesn't the new bot one have like a spinning attack or something? Well, I know Inside. I know that you have some physical roadblocks. And I'm not trying to shit on you for that. Of course not. But in the game industry, somebody who can't develop either is not going to be part of a development team or is going to be the person providing money for the development team. Like, that's it. That's it. And I think that you can open up the engine. I don't know what that road is going to look like for you, but that is the road. And unless you have all the money to spend, there is no other road to this. Like, I'll do it. I can make this. And you can follow along. I'll tell you exactly what to click. It's as simple as that. You know, have somebody sit with you and teach you if they can. The thing is, if you pay somebody to do it, it's definitely not going to be cheaper. There's a full tutorial set here. You don't even need to make this. This is like just going way overboard. They're making like the character and everything. Here's your create and save game session. And this is even more than you need. All you need is literally a box that you can type in the IP and press join. That's it. I do want to see what you paid for. I want to see what you paid $350 for. I really want to see it. But you have to open up the engine. Like you said, we've been talking about this for over a year. And in that year, you haven't even mentioned that you've opened up the engine. You can just send it to me on Discord. You can send the link. But this is what I sent you, and this is still accurate. And then you can work on adding in those features. Fuck clean code, refactor only when needed. If it isn't fun, change it or remove it. Abort your babies. And Hogan's right, do it in Roblox. Do it in something that you have that tool set to just easily get it made. Because Unreal is a very difficult engine to use. It might seem easy, but it is a very difficult engine where you need to know a lot of things. It's literally a full folder. Okay. $350. This would pay for probably over 80 meals for me. If you're curious. Okay, so this split screen, one way to do it. Okay. So what do you plan to do with this? Like, have you played this with anyone? Do you have somebody in your target audience, in your target market, who you've played this with? You haven't figured out how to download it yet. Well, I mean, I just did. They didn't provide you with the project files. They provided you with the build project, a development build. I'm just curious what the I wonder if they used Combat Fury for this. Pretty funny if they did. Okay, so what do you want to do with this though? Is really the question. Because like you wanted to see if this was fun. Do you have it somebody that you can play this with? Because if this is what you think is fun, you need to find somebody else who thinks this is fun. Have you done that yet? Because that's really the next logical step here. If you want to be the wallet for a group of developers, which by the way I think is really dumb because you don't know what these developers want. They're going to take advantage of you, or you're not going to know how to use that money efficiently. Like what you really would want as a producer. He has he does have the build. He doesn't have, like, what he sent me is just the project, not the files. So keep that in mind. It's literally, it's not even the project itself. Yeah, I hope so too, actually. I really hope so. Because there's nothing you can do with this. You can't open it up and reverse engineer this. No, he's not able to edit this. This is literally just a built version of the game. The development build. This is what the actual project files will look like. Hogan's right. Like, you say you want to make games, but you also say you can't make games. I mean, you see that this is paradoxical. Like, something will have to give. You'll either have to accept that you can make games and just load up Unreal Engine, or that you can't and you give up. Like, those are the only two things. Two minutes, 20 seconds. Yeah, this is a template. You can literally just download this and have it working without any extra work. You know if these are using state trees or behavior trees? If it's behavior trees, it'd be pretty easy to add a new attack in. State trees are a little bit more annoying. Well, you don't even need a sword attack. You don't even need a sword attack. I mean, this is working. Like, if you just want to put a block in... Oh, it is state trees. I should take a look at this, actually, for myself. Curious about that. Dude, why do they do this? I'm sorry. Okay, hard thing. Don't organize your nodes like this. This looks fucking horrendous. Never, ever, ever put your nodes underneath another one like this. This just creates the worst looking spaghetti in history. This is so fucking bad. This is horrendous. Look at this. You could have just moved this down here and you wouldn't have the crossing spaghetti. What are you doing? Oh god, I hate their fucking templates, dude. They ruin so much with these stupid fucking templates. No, the blueprints are fine. The blueprints are okay. It's the way that they organize them. Look at this. Why would you do this? This is not good organization, Rex. I'm telling you, this is not good. This creates spaghetti. You should create the most minimum spaghetti ever. We cannot do it. This is not looking good at all. You should spread them out. You have an infinite amount of space to work with. This is not good. This is not even what any blueprinter would recommend. This is horrible. This is not going to be the standard we use. Any blueprints will be going through a rigorous test in Coin Pusher Realms to not look like this at all. This is not neat or organized. This is literally the definition of blueprint spaghetti. The electric nodes kind of works, but it works sometimes. It looks bad others, because it will put nodes on top of each, or lines on top of each other in cases where you don't want that to happen. This is not neat or organized. This is really, really bad. Never, ever, ever. This is so horrible. Yeah, a lot of tutorials do that to their blueprints because people will learn based on what Epic does themselves. These are bad. I'm telling you, those courses, Rex, are not by people who actually have made games in Unreal. There's some really good blueprinting tutorials from, like, I think Mafia, the developers for that, put out some good ones. And it was great. You need to have standards with blueprinting, and this is literally spaghetti. You should not cross nodes like this unless you can't help it. And there are some cases where you can't help it. But this is crossed nodes. Yeah, this is absolutely bad. People think they're saving space, but the point of the space is so that you use it efficiently. This is not using it efficiently because visually it's harder to decode. There's always great tips. Don't put stuff on top. People want to save space. Don't do it. This doesn't help me understand what's connecting because you've created spaghetti. This is easier to read. Yeah, there's no organization. Nodes are straight lines, yeah. No, this is bad. Much cleaner. Can't really help the spaghetti on this one. That's fine. But you see exactly clear lines where things are actually connecting. Again, clear connections. Reroute nodes. That's why reroute nodes exist, is so that you can make them clear and understandable. Don't collapse nodes too much, by the way. It obfuscates things. This is not good. Don't do this. Don't do the first two. First two bad. This one good. clear connections. Obviously, nobody is expecting you to do this. Jesus Christ. Like, some parts of this are okay, other parts are absolutely not. Yeah, the collapsing, I don't like to collapse nodes too much just because it obfuscates the functionality and it can make it difficult to debug. This is much better done. This is exactly how you fucking do it. That's perfect. The PPs were horrendous. Well, I mean, it's especially when you have actually a lot of like different variables. You don't want to stack them because then it just becomes an unreadable mess. I mean, you have a lot of nodes. Like, take a look at hit nodes, spawn actor of class nodes. All of these have a lot of inputs, and you can't just stack them one on top of the other like this. It's going to look horrible after a certain point. But this setup will work always. Always. Yeah, events can be a tough one. You know, honestly, events can be a tough one just because you cannot grab references to these like you would in a custom function. Realistically, I would push this into a function, that way I don't have the spaghetti of events, but you have to make an individual call on that. Sometimes this is fine, especially if it's nice and quick and easy, but once you start dragging too much stuff out here, put max players below controller too, because then it would straighten out that spaghetti. Functions and events, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's really how it should be. Or was that one with like the organization tips? And tips. Jesus Christ. You have so much space. Use the space to your advantage. Separate things. Separation is your friend. Have a style guide. I agree. Personal preference, but you should have a style guide. This is a better style guide. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This creates spaghetti. You are literally creating spaghetti. You are hiding lines behind the nodes. Always do this. If you can do this, you should do this. Number 2. Sometimes you have to do number 1. You should always try to do number 2 if you can. And again, this is an unfortunate case where you can't really avoid the spaghetti here unless you wanted to set the attachment rotation and then call the attachment rotation separately and place that under attachment. That would work better. Cramming nodes together makes for a more difficult to read graph. True. You have space, use the space. Variable categories, of course. Keep your wires tidy, 100%. One case, again, where spaghetti can't really be avoided. Yeah, splitting structures is useful. You can also hide, on custom structures, you can hide unused pins. You don't want to use them. That can save a lot of space. Validated getters, always nice. Use functions, of course. But this, to me, it works some of the time, this electronic nodes. I think there are cases where it looks nice and cases where it doesn't look nice. The problem is that it will place stuff like this, and that can just be kind of annoying. I think that that good use of reroute nodes can look just as good, if not better, than electronic nodes. Like, this person has deliberately set up a bad default style node setup here. Like, this is not made well. You arguably should make this a macro or a function or something, so then that way delta and time you can pull in as separate nodes, which will organize this mess. This should be below the execution. The execution should be lined up here. Use 2 reroute nodes underneath this set. A lot of mistakes here. A lot of mistakes here. Insight, what is an MVP to you? What is an MVP? Define an MVP to me. Really polished prototype. That's not what an MVP is. What does an MVP stand for? We could probably do visually complete. Well, thing that people will pay for. So if it's the minimum viable product in this case, then this is what people will actually pay money for. Do you understand what people will and won't pay money for? Yeah, you could show it to shareholder. I mean, you could also say that it is something that you could release as a game and it would be acceptable. It may not be what you would want or would be perfect, but it is a minimum viable product, meaning that it is the minimum that you are willing to ship to the customer. And, you know, obviously, what you sent me isn't that. I would say like more than a vertical slice. You could argue that a vertical slice is the minimum viable product, but different companies have different definitions, to be honest. Different companies have different definitions of vertical slice, which pisses me off, but what are you gonna do? My definition of vertical slice is very strict. Release quality assets, production ready pipelines. Fully playable. You have no assets, no characters, no dialogue, just choreography for the whole thing. Well, that's not a minimum viable product, because nobody's going to pay money for that. Yeah, the habit of stacking the nodes, I'm not even upset with you, Rex. I'm upset with Epic's developers for doing this. I'm really upset with that. Like, they should be teaching people how to blueprint properly, but creating any sort of like node spaghetti is bad blueprinting. And there's no way you can do it perfectly, you know, like select nodes, math nodes, these are all things that are just instantly going to create spaghetti. Very few things that you can do to fix that. But you should try to keep it to a minimum, separate things, you know, comment blocks, and just move those away so that people can say, okay, this section of code does this. Now let's put some space between it, this section of code. And that way we can separate nodes with their connections and not trying to make it more compact is kind of a, what's the word for it? It's a bad impulse, right? I don't think that blueprints should necessarily be compact to be visually readable, just like code that is... Actually, this is a good example. More compact coding does not necessarily mean good coding. The compiler skips comments, right? So this is something that only the developers are going to see. So similarly, the players aren't going to see good or bad blueprinting, but by doing good blueprinting methods, just like with good commenting and code structure, you make it easier to make adjustments or to find bugs saying this handles this, this is this. Shoving it all in like one line or something. Blueprinting's hard. Blueprinting's hard. Why would people not be willing to pay for something with no assets, no characters, no dialogue, just choreography? Because they can go onto Steam and they can buy something with assets, with characters, with dialogue, and choreography for cheaper than you would be charging them. Like, why play your game when they can buy For Honor for... Thank you for doxing that. I appreciate that. Like $3, $4. Like, why bother? Well, I know you're charging for cosmetics, but why would people buy cosmetics in your game? If I'm playing your game, why would I buy cosmetics? I can play the gameplay without the cosmetics. Why would I buy cosmetics? I don't need it to have fun. Yeah, fewer than 5% buy cosmetics. The conversion rate is 1 to 5%. Milestone 2. It's a lot of assets to add, though. There's a lot we can copy over from Coin Pusher Reloaded. And one minigame is fine. We can just choose the minigame that is probably the most likely to be fun. Some of them are more technically challenging, though, and I think that Milestone 2's biggest challenge is for like a coding standpoint, from my standpoint, is going to be the technicalities of making all the minigames functional. Getting them to feel polished is another thing, but polishing wouldn't happen in Milestone 2 anyway. Milestone 3 even wouldn't be. I don't like that. We need another milestone in between this. What is $200 a month gonna pay for, though? Because keep this in mind, right? You want to release this, let's say, early access on Steam. People expect content, and if people don't get content, they will move away from your game. I mean, even games with... this is a good game. This is being made by the same developers as Ori, right? These guys know what they're doing. Games are going to have a initial spike in players, and then it's going to dwindle out. And if people aren't playing your game, they're not buying cosmetics in your game, right? If your conversion rate is even, let's say, god tier conversion at 10%, and you have 10,000 players, how many people is that buying your shit? 1,000? Okay, fine. Well, what if when you're down to 1,000 players, now you're down to 100 people buying your cosmetics, and if people aren't receiving those content updates within time, they're going to move on to another game to play. For Honor, hard to know because it's mostly on Uplay. I think they do have it on Steam, but even if they did, the amount of players would not be a good representation of the full game's player base. But we can still look. 1.8 thousand on Steam. Unknown amount on Uplay. Is Uplay still around, or did they get rid of Uplay? No, Uplay's still around. You have a magic system, stat system, team-based modes. Those things just take time and money. Well, they take knowledge too. You can make one system. You might even be able to make two systems. Can you connect those systems? Connecting systems is very difficult. Something most indie, small, newer indie developers can't do. It's easy to make a blueprint in Unreal of a door that opens up. And that can still take a couple hours for somebody who's new to Unreal to learn how to do, is to make a door with a button. Well, now separate the door and the button. Now make the buttons work with any doors. Now handle AI being able to press the button. It will just get more and more complex the more variables you add to the system here. And then of course you're going to have those spikes, right? With content. And you're lucky if you end up with a game like this that has a consistent player base of over 1,000 players this long after release. But their credits is 30 minutes long. Thousands of people touch that game to make it. I would even say we should just milestone 2, fuck the visuals still. At least for the mini games. Let's do an asset list just for the main level and main level block out. Initial level visuals, no VFX. Milestone 2. I think that could work, right? We just, coming off of Milestone 1, we just focus on adding the rest of the mini games, sounds and music, and Rex can work on the level visuals after the blockout. I know some level designers that can work on the blockout if we don't want to work on it ourselves. Save and load system should be relatively easy, since we pretty much handled that for Coin Pusher Reloaded. For sure for VS, we're going to want our stats system to track. That'll be used for the achievements. But we're not going to hook them up to anything yet. We'll just track the stats. I still don't know how to feel about some of that. I don't know if at early access release we should have achievements or stats. I don't think we should. I think we should implement achievements in the full release. This is a waste of time to do here. Too much overhead. Yeah. Well, we have two things. We have in-game achievements, which are part of progression, and then we have like system achievements, which there will be a, you know, some overlap. So there's some usefulness to have it early, but you know, not system achievements. This would be in-game achievements. But the system achievements would be easy to hook up to that, of course, once we have that. People made Silk Song, yeah, but they had funding and it took them 7 years. it took them 7 years to make. Well, actually, how long did it take them to make the first Silk Song? Or Hollow Knight? Sorry, not Silk Song. Because Unity sucks. We can't compare ourselves to the 1% either, but and they're not even the 1%. They are the 0.0001%. You can't say, oh well, Stardew Valley was made by one person. Yeah, are you a concerned ape? Are you? Because I'm not. I don't know if anybody in chat would consider themselves that. It takes a lot of work to be able to know everything and to do in game. Like, you might be able to do the art, you might be able to make some systems, maybe you can do some of the design work. Can you do all of that? Hard to find people to make a game even if you pay them. You go to that one website, but UE stuff is expensive. Unity is way cheaper to find someone to make something. Medieval Civ game? Yeah, but that's not even true. I know which one you're talking about, Manor Lords. That wasn't even made by one guy. His credits is 8 minutes long. If he was a solo developer, he wouldn't need 8 minutes of credits. And honestly, I don't think that he should be gloating about this. Okay, you did some stuff. Guess what? You didn't make it alone. And when you start talking about how you're a solo developer, it kind of shits on everybody else who contributed to this. You weren't even listed in the motion capture. Like, what the hell are you doing, bro? Shut the fuck up. Make your game. And don't put down the people that helped you make this. Ego. What it really comes down to. One person, my ass. Minigame functionality. Doing sounds and music in Milestone 2? Nah. Milestone 3. Obviously, we're not going to do localization until full release, so I can put that down here. In-game full release. Stats we can track, but we don't have to expose that. Well, hold on. It's okay to put in-game achievements here, but we should tie that to system achievements here. I don't want to fuck around with anything Steamworks related. unless I have to. And doing it with system achievements as a whole, another bit of business. However, we now know how to do it. We did it for Coin Pusher Reloaded. I'm happy to say we were able to get that working. And that was pretty nice. I'm an artist and I need to do programmers on masters, because guess what? We have no programmers. I think it's useful to learn how to do a little bit of everything in game dev, but realistically, if you want to get a job at a professional studio, specialize. That's really what it comes down to. But it's good to know. It's good to know the lingo, right? And to know the struggles that somebody else is going to have to go through to implement something that you often do, right? So if you're like an animator, then you should probably know the work that it takes to go into finishing that off from like the programmer's point of view or the QA, so that you can provide better documentation, better information. All of that makes you a better worker. Rigging, oh boy. Oh boy. I can't do anything art related. I'm like, okay, all of this stuff here, that's Rex work. Rex can have a hernia about that. I don't know how to do this shit. I can help with the mood board. Or like an asset list. That's the extent of my abilities. Maybe a little bit of blocking out. And Rex has learned some Niagara, so he's gonna have some fun implementing that. But we're gonna do that milestone 3. I think Rex and I should just focus on finishing up the minigame, like functionality and initial visuals for the level in milestone 2. Milestone 3 should primarily focus on finishing up the Wild West realm. God, that's a lot of bit of a tongue twister. So sounds and music, VFX, animations, finalize, visuals. That's our polishing milestone for Wild West. And then milestone 4 is going to be the same thing, starting over from ground zero, but with stylized fantasy. Hopefully, it should be a bit easier now, because we'll have learned a lot about what needs to go into it, and whether or not any of these get delayed, which is okay, by the way. If we have to delay milestone releases, that's fine. We're not going to be releasing the game yet anyway. But we need just some dates to put out there as goals. Minigames functional initial level visuals, I think we can probably relegate that to another 3 months. Minigames function? I don't know, that could take longer. Some of these could be pretty technically challenging. That could take me longer. Could be up to 6 months. Let me see something. Let me check something. Game releases 2026. Let's see. Does anything come out in 2026 that is going to ruin our stream? Yeah, one of these is gonna ruin our stream a bit. We're gonna have to play GTA 6. Hey, Wasabi. Hope you're doing well. Hope game dev's going steady. It is, man. Hope you're doing well too. Happy Wednesday. Tropico 7. Well, some of these games I do want to play, but I don't know if I'll play them on stream. If we're deep into development, into pre-production, then I'm not gonna waste too much time. But I mean, come on, when GTA 6 comes out, we gotta play GTA 6 on stream, right? There's no way that I can't play GTA 6. That's in May. January, February, March, April, May. That's 5 months, so... Let's say that our due date for Milestone 2 is... Quarter 2, 2026. Happy Hump Day! Thanks, man. I haven't seen somebody celebrate Hump Day in a while, but I appreciate it. Are you a developer too, Wasabi? Any game's functional. Milestone 3 is polishing. This is polishing phase. Wild West Realm polishing. Sounds and music should be relatively quick, but we would either need to finalize music within that time. That's gonna cost money. I think we should do placeholder music. Because we'll need money to pay for some better music. And we're not gonna get money until we release an early access for that, so... The good news is if we put placeholder music and we design it in the right way, we can replace the tracks easily, no problem. VFX and animations are going to be a bit of a question. We'll probably have to determine either at the end of Milestone 3 whether or not we're going to use Nanite or... We're not going to use AI music. No AI. I don't use any AI in my games. None. By humans, for humans. Even for placeholder, I'm not going to do it. Unless we used it for like placeholder for pre-production and we replaced it for the early access release, but I think I would rather just have placeholder normal music and then get some money from early access and then get some money to pay for that. No, I mean NPC AI, yes, but no like generative AI. That's what I mean. Developing the 3D assets for my development phase. I don't know if that counts. I mean, you're developing 3D assets, right? So you duck you. I know you're just taking the piss on me, right? Order 220. It's putting NPCs out of work. Okay, here's the thing. If I put quarter 4 here, not quarter $, but actually quarter 4. If I put quarter 4 2026 here, this will mean that we have been in pre-production for a year. That's a lot of time to be in pre-production, but it is an early access release, so that the stakes of an early access release are definitely higher than a traditional vertical slice or regular release. Very different milestone plans for the two. This would mean that we have a fully functional kind of vertical slice for the Wild West. Well, okay, let's use the term MVP here. I would say we have an MVP version for the Wild West realm, which would in its own be a fully functional game. Well, we wouldn't release here. This would just be our internal milestone for saying we have one realm complete. It's not perfect. It's not everything we want. And we would still be a bit of a ways away from the early access release. No, it's good that you brought that up because I should have clarified that. I want 2 realms before I can say that we are fully vertical slice. So let's say that this is our MVP version. But I want 2 realms for vertical slice because we do have that realm switching. And if we don't have that prototyped and technically handled, then our game isn't going to function, right? So we need to make sure that that's working. Hey, Mala, what are you working on? I'm working on the pre-production plan, like the first initial plan for our pre-production of Coin Pusher Realms. Stone 4. We should break this up. That's a rough roadmap to the Wild West. Then we need to do the same thing for stylized fantasy. Stylized fantasy realm design. So the cool news is with these realms, by the way, is we want them to be like full complete experiences, 3 to 5 hours of gameplay packed into one unique setting with a unique cabinet and unique mini games. It's a lot of work, to be fair. The really cool part about that is that we have a ton of ideas for different realms that we could do that I think would be pretty fun. And that would be our post-release plan, is to, as long as people are still playing the game and liking it and money's still coming in to afford it, let's put out the bank heist realm. A tropical beach one, you know, trailer park. I don't know if that one works. Museum one would be cool though. And these would all have different main mini games. They would all have different achievements that you could unlock in them, different trinket buffs and debuffs, and then different mini games within that too that you would earn from playing, and different table mechanics. Again, self-contained games that have a little bit of meta progression between them. Very much like Pinball Effects was one of the kind of inspirations or examples to use here for the style of development here. Self-contained game, self-contained game, self-contained game, and we release new ones and price them at like, I don't know, $3 to $5 a piece. Nothing too crazy, and you buy the ones that you want. Ignore the ones you don't want. Reach out to a metal band and have a custom board from them. That would be fucking awesome. I like that. I'm gonna put that in there. I love it. Metal band slash like a concert theme. What happened to the open world stylized game? The publishers wouldn't fund it because we didn't have an established team yet. They liked the game, they liked the numbers, they liked the budget. It was, you know, $4 million budget. It's not small, but it made sense with what we were trying to make. But because we didn't have an established team, they said, yeah, that's a red flag for us. It sucks. I can't fix that overnight. This is what it is. So it's on the back burner. It's not going anywhere. It's just we cannot work on it till we have a more established team and some money to develop the vertical slice with. I think we should maybe split up. We should have 3 more milestones for the stylized fantasy realm. And then we have our vertical slice. And I think instead of releasing early access with 3 realms, we will release it with those 2 realms. And include the 3rd one and then 4th and 5th as part of, we'll do 3 like major new realm releases for the early access plan, and then we'll have the full release at some point. We're putting the team together, but we don't have any money right now, so I explained this in the Coin Pusher Realms or Coin Pusher Reloaded postmortem. For right now I want to remain self-published, but that will require us to make smaller games than Golden Chronicles was intended to be, right? It was a 30-person team over the course of 3 years to make a full open world RPG, which is doable. But we would have needed to have a publisher to fund that and put that team together. I'd like to try to aim to self-publish that, but in order to do that, we need to make money to hire the people to start the pre-production of that. So we are 2 to 3 games minimum away from bringing back Golden Chronicles and starting to work on that whole universe. We need to build up to that. And in order to build up to that, we need a marketable product. And that's what Coin Pusher Realms is meant to be. And we need an experienced team. One thing at a time. Let's build on top of this. I think we will have the realm switching functionality here. Realm switching functionality. That's going to be a lot to do already because it's going to put that's a lot of technical overhead. So we need to make sure that our save load system works with the realm switching and we properly handle inputs, everything else that needs to be done. The realm between realms, let's call it. And same thing here, bare bones functionality of main progression, fully working cabinet, incomplete visuals, 1 minigame functional. Not automatically triggered. Exact same. No main menu yet still. We'll work on the main menu for the VS. And I'll work on the functionality. Rex is going to work on the visuals for that. We'll already have the design done for it for milestone 3. I know for sure this first realm is going to take the most time because we're still going to be dealing with a lot of unknowns, and we can't accurately predict how long it's going to take to make the first realm until we make it. So we're gonna I think realize a lot here, and it's probable that we will finish the Wild West realm before the end of next year. But this is our current date. And if we finish ahead of time, then we can start to work on actually detailing exactly the pipeline to make this. And I think realistically at the end of quarter 4, or let's just say the end of milestone 3, to be more accurate, we should have pipeline documentation for creating realms. And we'll use that documentation and refine it further throughout milestone 4, 5, and 6. As we work towards our vertical slice. But keep in mind, for our vertical slice, by the way, we have very strict questions that we need to ask ourselves before we can pass this phase, right? Are all intended features and systems present in the vertical slice? Are all assets and features at a level of quality that could be released? Can the vertical slice be played without progression blocking bugs or crashes? Are all pipelines well documented and thorough enough to accurately budget time/developers for the rest of production? Does the vertical slice capture and build upon the fun that was present in the first playable? This is the big question here, is intended features and systems. This is not relevant necessarily to an early access release, and that's okay. Which I should probably update this documentation to cover early access releases, because they are very different from non-early access. But this will still be answerable. This will still be answerable. This will, and this will, of course. I don't even know if I mentioned early access here. No, I don't. I need to add that. But these will be what we need to determine for our first playable. Does the first playable fully realize the gameplay loop? Is the first playable fun, and does it achieve the intention of the game idea? Does the first playable respect its pillars? Have we resolved enough unknowns that each team leader would feel confident moving on to the vertical slice? That's a big one. And do we still believe this game is marketable? Also a big one. How you doing, Jim? What up? Answer the question. No, there's no poop in my pants. My butt is clean. I wash it well every day. Even put a little finger inside, you know, just to... Let's not go there. I'm wondering when we would expect to switch out the project file. Maybe here? Let's think. We would want to switch between an Unreal project that is our prototype, where we do things really dirty, really fast, and the project that we actually intend to build the full product with. We need to make that switch somewhere. I'm thinking between milestone 2 and milestone 3. Then again, we should have pipeline documentation for creating realms before we do that. I'm wondering. I think at the end of MVP, I think between milestone 3 and milestone 4, we close off our prototype project, we start a new one from scratch, and we build up the game from scratch with better code architecture. And then milestone 4 will be a quick recreation. Can I ask why? Because the core, or the goal, I'm sorry, of a first playable is to quickly hammer it out and figure out your unknowns. And if you build on top of the same project, you can run into a lot of refactoring where you're wasting a lot of time to fix up old bugs and issues in order to fix or to accommodate new systems or new changes that you didn't intend to do, and it can sometimes be quicker and faster to restart. Why from Unreal to Unity? Oh, we're not going to Unity. I'm not going to work in Unity. We're just making a new project from... Yeah. Sorry about that. Actually, I did write it. I can write it here. I can read what I wrote. We do not utilize the same project when moving on to production. Instead, we use the first playable in GDD as a foundational example with which to start a fresh project in the latest engine version, creating the proper code architectural foundation and pipelines from scratch. This methodology ensures that our dirty code is not transferred into the release project, potentially creating a ton of tech debt later down the line with the necessary refactoring. Yeah, make it a cleaner project, exactly. That is a much quicker way to say exactly what I said. So then milestone 4 will be recreation of Wild West in the new project. I don't imagine that'll take, honestly, more than like a month. Max. I mean, it could even take like a week or two. Dirty Cut, yeah. Dirty Dancer. Good movie. Wait, isn't the Polish translation of Dirty Dancer really funny? Dirty Dancer Polish name. Dirty Dancing. Yeah, Wirujacy Sex. I love it. The Wire is street law, dude. Die Hard is glass trap translated. It's fucking funny. Lockout mood board. This should be pretty easy because there's a lot of code that we can probably transfer that's very safe. But anything that's dirty, we would want to recreate from scratch. The good news is, like, all the art stuff, all the meshes, even the level itself might be easily transferable just because we wouldn't likely attach much code to the level itself, so that can be easily pulled in with all the associated assets. Save and load system is good to have there, and I think that can be that'll have to be recreated. Then again, we could skip the save load system in milestone 2 and move the save load system to milestone 4. Save and load system. Yeah, I kind of am leaning towards that because if my focus is entirely on making all the minigames functional, that's already a lot of work. And we don't need the save system working here anyway. However, if I don't figure out a good way to do the save load system early on, it will be a pain in the ass to refactor it later. Especially as we have more minigames. I think milestone 2 is the latest we should have it, and arguably, we should have it sooner. But here's what we can do. We could pull it into milestone 1 if we feel like it's necessary at the time of developing milestone 1. These, we work in like Kanban methodology. If we need to pull something in because we feel it's important, we're 2 people, we can be agile, we'll do it. We will do it. So these are is certainly not set in stone. If something's important, we adapt. Yeah, milestone 4 then will just be focused on the recreation. This I don't think will be, you know, we can just put quarter. Q1 2027. And again, I'm overestimating here just to be safe. Creating the stylized fantasy realm. Initial work, quarter 2 2027. Let me save this just in case. Yeah, we'll want milestone 6, milestone 7. Which will arguably be our vertical slice. And our early access release. Would be milestone 7. So technically it's not our first playable. We actually enter production here. New project. Enter production. Vertical slice milestone 1. 2. 3. And then the 4th vertical slice milestone is our early access release. Now, I can't predict anything after the vertical slice release or the early access release, just because so much of it is going to depend on, do people like the game? Are they having major bugs and issues? You know, of course, we're going to need a milestone or just a unstructured focus on fixing bugs and addressing problems before we jump into making a whole bunch of new content, right? So we'll have to be very agile there, and then once things simmer down or we feel like things are in a good place, then we can start to say, okay, here's what the plan is. Somewhere here we need the main menu and like options. We could even save the design of the 3rd realm for after early access release, and we can ask players which one they want the most. So we can choose, you know, we can have like a set of multiple polls, or even just one poll initially, and then we can build it up to something bigger. But I think the horror hotel is gonna be really fun, so we could always just say the horror hotel is our 3rd one, but then after that, people can vote. Thanks, Goku. Kamehameha the bugs away, please. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. By the way, I think we will use Lumen. Maybe. Still not sure about Nanite. I don't think we will need Nanite. But I would like to use Lumen. And I think Lumen as a whole is just going to already be quite... Depends on the scene, but some scenes are going to be more expensive. I don't think Nanite's going to help us at all. We'll see, though. I looked at tipping point? What's tipping point? Put a link in chat. A show? I've never heard of that. Nah, you know what? I don't think we should try to polish off the stylized fantasy. Coin pusher with trivia? Really? I never heard of that. That's pretty fun. Tipping point show. sounds pretty wild. Seems kind of fun. I'll take a look at that after work. It's like Jeopardy, but with coin pushing. What it kind of looks like. That's cool. Hold on, I have to ask somebody something. Get a coin for correct answers, but you're against other people. That's kind of cool. Sounds fun. I never heard of it. Trying to get the most over yourself while screwing other people over. Oh, wonderful. That's cool though. I like it. Cool multiplayer. Oh, I mean, if we want to do multiplayer, let's save that for the game after Coin Pusher. Coin Pusher Realms. I would like to try a multiplayer game. I think we'll do general game polishing. Main menu. Options and scalability. Anything I'm missing there? If we think of something, I'll add it. But I want to separate these. It's too soon to know when we would release an early access. I do know for sure I will not... I don't think that I will have a problem being able to afford continuing development. So I'm not going to go to Steam Next Fest until we have a really, really good experience. And probably I will save that for when we are about to go to full release. Or if we wanted to do some funding via Kickstarter or try it, but you know, that's a question mark for the future. I know somebody I can contact who's ran multiple successful Kickstarters. Really nice guy, very knowledgeable. So if we feel like this is a valid game plan for us to raise some more money to help make more realms, we can do it, but not sure of anything yet. I haven't even made my cart or my horse yet. I'm not going to put one before the other. I wonder, you know what? Let's think of this. Let's think of it this way. Let's try to plan it so that we can then spend 9 months maximum building a new realm from scratch. Will it take that long? Probably not. Probably not. But we will go from, what is this? Quarter 4. We'll go from about a year or a little bit more to 9 months. And if we can then get that to about 6 months, I'll be happy. Once the core functionality of the game is in place anyway, we won't need to worry about reworking that later. So it will become cheaper and easier to make new realms. Depends on what the realm has in it. Baby Steps is out. I hope it's doing well, because I was looking at it and it looked pretty cool. I hope it's selling well. I really do. Came out yesterday? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for one day. That's a good review. Good for them. Good for Devolver. Happy to see it. General game polishing, main menu, options, and scalability. Okay, so there's two problems here. Do I think that we can polish up the rest of the game, add a main menu, options, scalability within quarter 4 of 2027? Yes. Should we release in quarter 4? No, never. A horrible time to release a game. So I think regardless of when we finish it, we're going to want to release in quarter 1. Of 2028. Or quarter 3 of 2027 if we can, complete things faster than anticipated. But we definitely don't want to release in quarter 4. The reason being is that people are on vacations, there's Steam Winter Sale, which you're not going to get any visibility from. It's just not a good time for releasing a game. Not at all. It is just an early access release, but we will be relying on the money from the early access release to help polish up the game, with like proper sound and music. And then, of course, working on more content, so I don't want to fuck that up. So for now, we'll just put quarter 1, 28. If we feel like the game is doing well and could be successful, I will take out a business loan, and we can use it to pay somebody to do some of the things that we're not very good at, like maybe better sound design, or help out with some of the music, or maybe some custom animations, whatever we need that Rex and I can't do ourselves. We'll try to find somebody who can do it, who maybe wants to join our team permanently, or we'll try to pay for it. But if I'm taking out a loan, I want some possibility of funding coming in soon to help pay it back. And actually, a business loan is probably not what I would take. I'd take a personal loan. As for business loans, you would need to probably put up some collateral if you don't have any good business credit. I don't want to do that. It's much easier if you're looking for like $5,000 to $10,000 just to take a personal loan. We do want the intro level though for this, so maybe we should add intro level. That's important. And this we're going to save for here. Three more realms. 2 unknown horror hotel is going to be the first one. That way we can do some of the design for it earlier and have it ready to go. And if we do get the chance to work on it before our release date, fine, that's great. EA milestone 1. I think we'll just be focused on response to bugs and feedback. Communication about future, it's an important one. People want to know, are you going to end up in early access for the rest of your life? What's the plan here? Obviously, we don't want to do that. Really depends when you release there. I'm not going to put dates yet. And then we'll need to push all of the rest of our features and systems into multiple milestones here. Stay in early access forever. Give me a sec, I gotta pee. BB, enjoy the music. chat. Oh, I'm back. Oh. I had to do a bit more than pee. Oops. And I was scrolling Twitter at the same time. 0 out of 10, don't recommend. Yeah, just a reminder, by the way, tomorrow I'm off. I have so much to prepare for Friday too. I want to bring in my crock pot and make chili on stream for you guys. But like, I don't have any good place to like cut up I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I gotta figure it out between today and tomorrow, pretty much. I think some things I'll prepare at home ahead of time. Like I'll drain the beans and wash them and then just put them in a container and bring them here. Other things, I think we could cut up like onions and garlic here. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of a cooking stream. It's gonna be kind of a cooking stream, but I don't have anywhere else to cut vegetables except on my desk, so I can like move stuff and bring in my cutting board and a knife, but then I don't want juices getting everywhere, so I gotta figure that out today. Stink up the office building. Hey, chili smells good. What are you talking about? If anything, people are gonna be knocking on my door looking for chili. Problem for them is it's gonna be a little bit spicy. But I'll give you guys my special crockpot recipe for good chili. It's very easy to make, very cheap. Takes like only an hour to prep and then 4 hours to cook, and you have how many meals? Maybe like 4 to 6 depending on how much you put in a bowl. Pretty good. And we'll be eating that over the course of our stream. How can we break up three new realms into milestones? Image. Is there a way on Steam, by the way, for achievements to be broken up into sections? You know, like on PlayStation, when you buy like a DLC, they separate the achievements for the DLC from the main game's achievements. I don't think there's a way to do that with Steam, right? Out of curiosity, I haven't seen that. What's a good example? What's a game that has had DLC and added new achievements for that DLC? Maybe Stardew? No, I don't think there's a way. By the way, I've been playing Grim Dawn recently. And I was curious about I know I'm getting distracted, right? I was curious about these stats for certain achievements. You have some insanely high achievement statistics, like 10% for a boss that is like 50 plus hours into the gameplay. That is ridiculously good player retention. I'm very, very impressed. I kept hoping like, okay, maybe it'll go down to like below 10% for some of these. No, it's like 10, 11% for a lot of these end game bosses that you wouldn't experience unless you beat the entire main game and maybe a couple of the other DLCs. Pretty wild. Good for them though. Shout out to Great Entertainment. New Realm and trinkets can be like the first big one. I think that putting those two things into the first milestone are going to be really, really awesome. And then we'll put stats and in-game achievements into the next milestone. New realm localization and system achievements. And that'll be the full release. I get the sound in different landscape. Showed like I had the exact same problem in Golden Chronicles. I could not hook up footstep sounds to auto landscape. And it was really annoying. I kept trying different ways to do it. Couldn't find a way to do it. And the only way that I found was that you would have to paint them by hand, which really sucks. But maybe there is a way to do it. I couldn't find it. Even auto landscape wouldn't paint the physical materials, which I was pretty surprised by. But if there is a way to override it, it would be able to work. But I didn't see it working with auto landscape, at least in like 5.2 or whatever it was that we were making Golden Chronicles on. But you could do it with physical materials, maybe. Milestone 1. I mean, that can be in the same quarter as release. It would be really nice if we could try to get new realm creation down to 6 months, but because of there being so much unique content, 6 months is still a lot of time. I mean, if we wanted to get it down to 6 months or fewer, we'd have to hire more people. Too many unknowns right now. Can't predict. Put the grass in the master since that's the main texture, then the others set them to the other, but you have to paint them in. That's the only way that I found to get it working. But I feel like there is a solution to it, and maybe you and I just don't know it. Maybe it's possible that at the time of generating the auto landscape, if you apply the physical materials, it will apply them. All I know is that it was not retroactive, which kind of makes sense. But I'd already painted in a lot of my landscape at that point too, so I don't know. I'd have to test it more. I'm not going to put in dates for this. I'll just do about 6 months. That's overestimated. I know that's overestimated, New Realm. But this is all just placeholder, really. It's just question mark. We know we want a New Realm. We know we want trinkets. We have no idea how long those are going to take right now, so let's just put in some numbers, let them sit, ruminate, and once we are done with the pipeline documentation for creating the realms, we're going to have a much better idea of how much time and effort is needed to make these, which will then make these more accurate. So we just need to work. We need to work on it, and then come back and reconfigure these numbers plans. That's the plan as I see it. Did we miss anything? Twitch integration. Yeah, we know we want that. We know we want that. I don't know. When we can do that. Twitch integration. Well, shit. Having that for early access release would be really cool. And it would definitely boost our visibility and engagement. Because we advertise the game with Twitch interaction. Streamers are more likely to play it and more likely to have fun with it. Chain effect there. So I think that we would want Twitch integration for our early access release. Dangerous to do it milestone 5 though. A lot of the visual polishing though would be on Rex. I'd have to design this, but that shouldn't take too long. I'm gonna put it in milestone 4. I don't know if I missed anything. Probably did miss something. Let me check the one sheet. Bank trinkets. Realm between realms. That would be handled where? Milestone 2, VS Milestone 2. Yeah. Gotta tweet the grass on? Why is that? Is it annoying? Is it annoying? I feel like one of those things with making good sound effects is to make them sound nice and not be annoying. I always suck at finding good sound effects. Bit loud, yeah. I feel you on that. I really do. Every time I implement a sound effect, I'm like, this kind of sounds annoying. And loud. I'm pretty happy with this. It's not perfect, but it's a good start, and it's enough to get us started to know what we need to do for the first playable. And from here, I believe we can start showing off the game and getting some people to try it out. Because once we have one polished realm, that is one game. It doesn't have the in-between stuff, but we could load it up, have the player play it, and they should be able to enjoy the entire core gameplay loop without the, the in-between progression. But the in-between progression only matters when we actually have more than one realm, which we wouldn't have until end of vertical slice. And rightly so, having 2 realms for end of vertical slice makes sense, because otherwise we don't have all systems on display there. Unlike other games' vertical slices, though, or unlike a full release vertical slice, we are locking certain features beyond our VS. So this is more of an early access vertical slice. This is normal. One of the little tip for people who pitch games to publishers, but they will ask you what your intended release style is, and if it is early access or if it is just a full release, that does dramatically change the way that funding is provided and the milestones that they would expect from you. And of course, having an early access release can maybe even make it easier to find funding, because you are saying that you will be recuperating some of that money earlier, as opposed to, another 1.5 years or 2 years down the line. Depends on how long you intend to be in early access. So that's why when you make like a pitch deck, you will want to put that somewhere, early access. Right there, early on, or maybe even somewhere in your like sales, early access, increase throughout EA, and then our timeline. So 17 months of development, then the early access release, and then 4, and 5 months full release. Oh, that's important. And then you can break up the budget too, like vertical slice for our early access release will take about 1.7 million euros. Full release is a little over double that. Okay, well, let's put this into U-Track and maybe optimize it a bit better. I wonder if we could use a table for this. Let's see. Pre-production plan. This will cover the first 3 milestones. Let's do this. First playable milestones, pre-production. Let's go with milestone features. We could even just call this production plan, to be honest, and just put them all in here. Living document, of course. Can I nest? I cannot. That's annoying. This is why I like Excel. Okay, let's do this a different way. Let's just say first realm. Functional cabinet. First realm. One functional minigame. Maybe instead of saying first realm, we should say realm number 1. Using numbers is better for visibility than using words, even though using words is more grammatically accurate. But we're not writing a book, we're writing a list of features, so. I'm gonna add in department here as well. I have written here immediately starts when running the game. Maybe we should add like just realm number 1 immediately starting when running game. We'll do Wild West, and then we can link to CPR A-3. Can't I link to people or... Can I do like at design? Oh, I just don't look at that. Can I mention roles here? I don't know if I can. I can link to issues. I can link to people. Yeah, I don't know if I can. Well, that's nice. Didn't know they had collapsible blocks. Useful. Yeah, maybe not. Well, I could link to issues. And then we could use that to link here to epics or to boards. Let's just not worry about that now. We don't yet know what minigame we want to put as the first functional minigame. We need the mood board. Rough block out. We'll need an asset list. We're going to need a technical design document and a GDD, roughly made. Design code for the TDD. Design primarily for the GDD. I don't want to call it just feature, because some of these aren't features, of course, right? They're more like epics. But then I'm like, okay, stylized fantasy realm design. Not really an epic. A bit too big for an epic, more of just like a task. We could just say feature slash issue. Or feature slash task, maybe. Just for better wording. Minigame TBD, we will put that in red. Mood board, blockout. That should be enough for now. I think that looks fine. First playable 2. Put another space between these. Okay, number 2. We could also put in expected time frames here. Or like initial due dates. What's a good way to word it? Like a goal, due date, maybe just a date goal. Initial time frame. Estimated due date. I guess estimated due date is probably the best way to put it, right? Estimated due date. Q4 2025. Works for me. Okay, this one is Q2 2026. This is realm number 1. All mini games functional. Visuals incomplete. We should probably mention that too up here with the fully working cabinet. Visuals incomplete. And for the mini game TBD, we also want to put weird. Not automatically triggered. Shut up. And we can put like some general maybe text below here so we can just, you know, FP1 notes. We will not be worrying about save and load, main menu, performance here at all. Main focus is functionality. Visuals. Beautiful corner excluded. Okay, milestone 2. Initial level visuals, no VFX. That's going to be an art to do. And then we'll want that save and load system as well. Should work like coin pusher reloaded. We should probably include too the sections for the TDD that we'll need. We'll need sections for save and load, realm switching, trinket seeding, I know that for sure. Maybe like mini game switching. Input handling. Steam achievement. Handling. Lumen and nanite guidelines. For sure those. I don't know about the rest, but we'll fill that out as we go. That'll just give us a good idea of what we'll need to put in there. Some of these things, you know, we don't need to talk about trinket seeding yet because we won't have trinkets yet. So we don't need to worry about that. So that'll be a living document, much like the GDD. Not gonna worry about it too much. Okay, first playable milestone 3, which we aim for Q4 2026, so end of year at latest. This is going to be sounds, and we'll just put that on design code because we don't have anybody else for that. Can be placeholder until we have money. And honestly, same for the music too. But we need the systems put into place. Realistically too, maybe we could put, it's 2 months. Well, okay, no, we don't need like a proper sound and music system here, really, or it can be kind of fucked up because we will be doing the new project from scratch again in Q1 2027. You don't know about Proton Pass? If someone hacks if they get everything? No, it is encrypted. It is encrypted. It's safer than your, like, website cookies. Or just generally, like, the password manager for Chrome or whatever you use. It works very well, too. I've been using it a lot. It is very fast. It even works on a mobile. It's pretty nice. One-click login. And you can generate your password and stuff, too. I really, really like it. Highly recommend Password Manager. Tells you about data breaches too, and if any of your passwords are used in more than one place, and warns you that you should probably change those. Good stuff. Oops, didn't mean to press that. VFX. That's an art. I don't have any notes for that. Not right now. Too early to know. Animations. Rex, by the way, if you're watching, Rex, I don't know if you can do animations or what we're going to need for that, but don't worry. It's not like I'm expecting you to do all those things. If we need to, like, buy some animation packs or get somebody to help us with all that, it's fine. Data keeps you safe from wannabe hackers. Well, I'll tell you what, having a password manager is safer than using something like that's built in or using the same password over and over again. It's pretty nice. That's all I can say. It's been very nice so far. I've been really liking Proton Pass. It works much better than my old one. And I can have, you know, biometric locks. I can have two-factor authentication, and what's the term for it? Passkeys. It even tells me, you know, I can see weak passwords here, reused passwords, inactive two-factor authentication, and then different breaches for my emails, and what breaches they were and what information was leaked in each of them. So in some cases it might just be like email addresses. Not the end of the world, to be honest. But for the ones where passwords were breached, then I can go through and I can find all the, you know, either the password for that specific place, and then I can change it. It's very nice. Keeps a history of your passwords too. I like it. They have some like pretty cool stuff too, where you can share passwords with family members in a secure way. You can also generate temporary emails, like aliases for your emails. And that way, if that email alias gets hacked or something, right, it's not leaking your actual email. A lot of really nice features. Realm number 2 design. This will be for stylized fantasy. And that is CPRA4. This thing have is a set a key. Yeah, you can do that with this too, with Proton Pass. You can set those up. It's quite nice. Quite nice. It's only $250 a month. Pipeline documentation for creating realms. Should have full documentation. Extrapolated from Wild West for making new realms. Yeah, but like if you can't log into your PC, I mean, does somebody else have access to your PC? At some point, I mean, some of that stuff is a little bit overboard. Emails, I think it could be useful for, right? Because your email is where if somebody wanted to reset your passwords, they'd have to go through your email. So if somebody has access to your email, you're kind of fucked. So arguably your emails should be some of the most well protected. Okay, let's do FP3 notes. This is the last pre-production milestone. Refer to MRA2 for more information on what it's not thresholds, it's not requirements, it's what criteria is necessary to move on to our vertical slice development. Okay, looks good to me. Pre-production plan is all set and ready. I'll put in the rest of them too, because why not? I don't have anything better to do today anyway. And it'll be good just to have a full map of what we'll need for early access. After FP3 though, we should have a much better view of what the rest of the development is going to look like. Way, way better. Okay, vertical slice milestones, and this is the start of actual production. This will be VS1. What do we got here? Oh yeah. Recreation of Wild West Realm in new project. That's it. That's our first milestone. Recreation of Realm number 1 and game systems in new project. Refer to MR A2 or the reasoning behind this. And you know what, we'll put something here too. We'll just put like create new project in latest Unreal Engine version. I don't know what it'll be at that time. We can still update, by the way, but we need to be very, very careful about what plugins we use, why we're using them, any manual tweaks made to them, so that when we do update either the plugins or the version of Unreal itself, which will probably require us to update plugins too, we can ensure that those changes are consistent between versions. We'll do it on a separate branch though, of course, so that we can fix the bugs related to that. That's it for that milestone. That's an easy one. Numero dos. And also, I forgot to update the numbers here. That is Q2 2027. Okay, this is pretty much the same as the realm number 1, so I could just copy that here. Let me just grab this. Realm number 2. 2 functional cabinets, functional minigame, beautiful corner, mood board, blockout, asset list. Delete these. And this is for stylized fantasy. CPR A4. We need the realm switching functionality here too. I'm gonna put that up at the top though, because that's kind of what we need to do first. Looks correct. Okay, vertical slice milestone 3. Isn't this just exciting, chat? Isn't documentation fun? Oh, I messed up the dates. Oh well. I have quarter to 2027 for this as well. I allotted 2 quarters for minigame functionality. Hey, Marty, how you doing? Documenting the Easter eggs Dying Light 3 has right now. Oh yeah? On like some wiki page? I have to play more of the Beast. I've heard really good things about it, and I only played a little bit of it, and it was fun so far. Ran beautifully. I could max it out. Only thing I don't like about their engine is some weird weird culling of assets around the edges of assets close to the screen. So like if you're holding a weapon, they pull everything behind the weapon. It's so weird. It'd be much easier to show you guys. It's really weird. It's not like it's hurting the game at all, but it would be nice if they didn't allow the player's weapon to visually cull objects behind it, and that's how it works. But that's an easy fix, to be honest. Found a TMNT Easter egg. Oh, that's really cool. I heard there was a God of War one too with the axe. Forget the name of it. Yeah, I have the Beast. I got it for free, which is pretty cool. And I played it for an hour. I gotta play more. They did put a hotfix, I don't know. I just had some initial issues, so yeah. I don't know. Really great work by Techland. Yeah, it's pretty funny how I got it for free. I got this for free because I got Dying Light 2 for free. I think it was at Digital Dragons a couple years ago, they were giving out codes at the Techland booth for Dying Light 2, the Ultimate Edition or something. Or whatever. Something. And because anybody who had that version of it also got Dying Light the Beast for free. So I actually have never bought a Dying Light game. Even though I've wanted to play them, and somehow I own 2 of them. You know what's... I have a couple of friends at Techland too. I probably should support them by buying it. Sorry guys, if any one of you is watching from Techland. Good job with the Beast. And thanks for the free game. I don't have a lot of money, it is much appreciated. Okay, VS3 is minigames functional and initial level visuals. Do you need to use Techland's engine more? Unreal just doesn't seem to stack up these days. It does. Unreal does stack up. There's a couple issues with it. The problem is that, in my opinion, Lumen does not look nearly as good. Lumen does not look as good as for how expensive it is to run. I like Lumen. When it looks nice, but the cost to run ray tracing right now is absurdly high. Nanite will become an industry standard, I think. But that doesn't mean that Nanite is going to be useful in all scenarios. But a lot of engines are adopting virtualized meshing, and I think it will become something that's pretty standard in most engines in the future. But I'm not a ray tracing simp. When it looks good, but it is very, very expensive to run. I mean, but here's the thing though. Dying Light the Beast looks wonderful. It does not look as good as Unreal Engine. And it doesn't need to. As simple as that. Like, I don't think this game looks bad. It doesn't look as good as Unreal. But that doesn't make it a bad game. And it does make it run better. All of those things are true. We are at the end of the realism rope, I agree. But the big plateaus that are left are very, very difficult to get past. Like super crazy visual effects or ray tracing and better lighting. They're just expensive. They're very, very expensive. And in my opinion, I just don't think Lumen is worth it in certain scenarios because it just tanks frame rate. And the problem with games like Borderlands 4 is that they are forced on. You can't enable the command console and you can't fall back to SSGI. So no matter what, you're forced to use Lumen. And I'm not a fan of that. Hold on, let me just copy this. Okay, room number 3 is the haunted hotel. What we really do need though, and the one area that I agree with Grift Interactive, we 100% need a better anti-aliasing solution for deferred rendering. I don't like temporal aliasing solutions. Well, you're right, Shrill Duck, but you can customize scalability settings. So the scalability settings in Unreal or in Borderlands 4 do not allow you to go low enough that it would fall back to SSGI. That's the problem. And there doesn't seem to be a way to override that even with custom INI settings at the moment. You are forced to use Lumen no matter what in Borderlands 4, which is exactly why you need such a good PC to run it. And the lowest settings of Lumen look horrible and are super expensive to run. Silly TAA, I agree. No devs default to it for saving resource, but they must think people are blind to those trails, which are only marginally disguised with DLSS. I think DLAA looks way better. Way better than TAA. And TSR looks better than TAA. But TAA is very cheap to use, and it works very well with deferred rendering. Primarily because the temporal data is used in Nanite and Lumen to make Nanite and Lumen run more performant. TSR, if you can run it, looks better than TAA for sure, and I think DLAA is the most optimal if you can run it too. But TAA is old. People are blaming TAA on Unreal, and TAA has existed for a long time. The problem is that they want to be able to run like FX, or not FXAA, but like MSAA. But MSAA does not work with Nanite and Lumen. And you can still enable it, you would just have to disable Nanite and Lumen, fall back to forward shading, the old school model, and then you would have access to MSAA in Unreal Engine 5. Just generally, a lot of people just don't know about anti-aliasing as a whole. Twitch integration. Yeah, we want Twitch integration here. It's a big milestone for design. What was TAA built for if not for anti-aliasing in the first place then? What's the history of TAA? (1970s to 1980s). It says it was. Oh no, that's just anti-aliasing as a whole. TAA evolved from earlier temporal techniques and was popularized as a solution to aliasing in real-time rendering. It says it was, particularly for deferred rendering pipelines. As we know, leverages information from previous frames, the temporal data, and that's exactly that history between frames is exactly what causes the blurring at high motion. CryEngine was among the first to implement TAA. Interesting. I didn't know CryEngine was one of the first. Frostbite in Battlefield. Yeah, interesting. I mean, TAA does look better than FXAA when you don't have a whole lot of, crazy motion vectors. But a lot of games do have crazy motion vectors, which can make TAA just smear. I don't like it. It was called CryEngine, right? Because you cried at trying to be able to run Crysis. Can it run Crysis? A good old meme. I actually don't know why it was called CryEngine. You can tell me. Yeah, your PC cried when it ran CryEngine. It did. I remember loading up the CryEngine SDK a long, long time ago. Like back when that was considered the best looking game engine on the market. And it was cool. It was fun to mess around with, but I didn't know very much at the time. By the way, there's no way in hell this game is going to take us 3 years to get to early access. I just want people to know that. These are rough estimates. And we're not going to know anything until we finish up with these 3 milestones. So don't get too crazy or afraid of seeing 2028 listed here. Just there so we have something rough to start with. My PC would have exploded at the time if I loaded CryEngine. I remember they had like a really cool like port town. CryEngine port town. It was super early. Yeah, it was this one. CryEngine 3 SDK had this like port town available. And this was considered the cutting edge graphics at the time. Look at people trying to run it. 22.7 FPS. With fewer than 1 million polygons in the scene. Dude, these motherfucking kids these days have no idea. Oh, boo-hoo. My game can't ray trace at 60 FPS. Yeah, welcome to a point in history. This used to be considered the cutting edge of graphics. 22.7 FPS with 1 million triangles in the scene. Now we can load 300 trillion triangles into the scene and get it running at 60 FPS. Relax. Kids these days. Oops. Back in my day, if the game even runs on your PC, it was considered a success. This is true. I just think a lot of people forget. And no matter how much you tell them, it was called CryEngine because it would make every PC cry. It really would. It really, really would. What was the... Hold on, let me see something. What was the best GPU at the time of Crysis release? $8,800 GTX. Let's see if we can find a Crysis benchmark. Crysis benchmark on the 8800. Oh, Digital Foundry did a test actually. Bro, it's getting 20 FPS. Imagine how angry gamers would be. And it's only at 1182 by 665 resolution. It can't even run it at 1080p. Oh man, dude, this game would release with very negative reviews if it was released today with those settings. That's cool. This is a really cool test that they did here. I remember playing Crysis at 800 by 600 resolution with all settings on high and an average frame rate of 12 to 18 FPS on my 8600 GPU. I don't know. I get it. You know, Yes, Borderlands 4 and other games, Unreal Engine could be more optimized. But we have pushed cutting edge graphics further with things like Lumen and Nanite. These make the game look better when done right. Just give it time. It just needs time. The engine will become more optimized, the hardware becomes better, and eventually we'll look back and be able to play Crysis, I don't know, Crysis on a RTX 4090 is running what? 130 FPS at 4K, okay? We'll get there. Just wait for it. It can even run at over 60 FPS at 8K. So we just need to sit on it a bit. The general game polishing department is all. Main menu is kind of all. Option scalability is primarily code. Intro level is all. This is our big polishing right up before early access release. The first GPU I bought was a GTX 670. I had like a laptop before that, but the first desktop GPU I bought was a 670, which was one of the best at the time, of course. And I don't remember what I bought it for. I think it's because I had the money. But then I bought a 970 for the release of Witcher 3, which I think could barely run the game at mostly max settings, 60 FPS. Witcher 3 GTX 970. This was at release, so I think they did some patches to help. Yeah, on low settings, Witcher 3 could run at 80 FPS. Do we count GPUs before the term GPU was coined? We could. I mean, I remember having to buy like the old upgrade, AMD Phenom. What were they called? Like back when like Ultima 9 was coming out and new Might and Magics. Me and my dad going down to like CompUSA or Circuit City to buy a new sound card, because that used to be a thing that you had to buy in order to run new games. Was like a new $400 sound card. Kids these days will never understand. Voodoo 1, hell yeah. Good old accelerators. Diamond Stealth 32 VLP, I love it. We're so old. 7800 GTX and SLI. I remember SLI being the big thing, and it only really improved FPS by like 20% because the most useful thing to run on SLI was offloading physics. I love it though. Yeah, it was like it was useful. I mean, if you wanted to offload physics to one card and then run the game on another, yeah, you could achieve 60 FPS at max settings. And like, I remember Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2. What was the best GPU at the time of Borderlands 2's release? What about with Borderlands 2? The 680? Yeah, but SLI wasn't supported until later, wasn't it? Or no, maybe it could be. One's 2 GTX 680 SLI. Slow. Wait, what were the settings for this? Physics on high. Would that really run it? I remember that not running physics. I don't know, I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong about that. Costs a lot. It costs a lot to heat up your room, right? RX 580s, I ran them on Crossfire when there was like a few games I would get double FPS on. 400 on Apex when it came out. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I do know that Crossfire was much better than SLI. And you could use it with any card, which was really cool. Hey, Kenchis. How's it going? This milestone is the last one before early access release. All I really need to say about that. Nothing else too crazy. I feel like it took a lot of work to develop the game in a way that supported SLI, and that was the big problem with it. Big old graphics programming nightmare and a headache. SOI. It just shows how young you are, Kenji's. What I mean. We're talking about like the history of GPUs and how crazy it was to run certain games on old GPUs, and how I feel that newer gamers are a little bit mistaken with the cost of certain technologies and how much to expect from game engines and hardware. Scan line interweave. That would be crazy. Wouldn't that just basically have a big potential for like screen tearing? Imagine that they get out of sync and you have like every other line being slightly offset from each other. Now you have like screen tearing half 1,000 times at 1080p. That'd be crazy. How many kilojoules those grok prompts took earlier? That happens. EA1. Now we can do, well, no, we'll do just this 2 months. Show a butt? Can't show a butt. I'm wearing skinny jeans today though. I didn't used to be able to fit into these, but I've been losing a lot of weight recently, so I can fit into these again. They're a little bit too tight though, around like the good old ham joints. I used to have much skinnier muscles. Why would Sony not include the ability to use float? Oh, PS1 couldn't do float calculations? I don't know. Floating point is more expensive to run than integer calculations. That's all I know. Response to bugs and feedback. Communication about future updates. These are just going to be roughly described here, nothing too crazy. Seems like they're having a seizure though. Do you mean the lack of anti-aliasing? Because that would mean primarily what you're talking about. Yeah, and also lower FPS. That too. New realm and trinkets. Specifically realm number 3. And this is for sure the haunted hotel realm. And the trinkets. Whose turn is it to be wrong for the next 24 hours, no breaks? Isn't it always my turn to be wrong? Heard Twitch ads used to be really heavy on revenue before the adpocalypse on Twitch. Is this true? I think for most streamers, ads are not the biggest source of revenue. You'd have to run a lot of ads for ads to, I think, be majorly helpful. Generally speaking, you don't really make a lot of money on ads. And I think you push away more people, more viewers with running ads. TBD. And this is stats. In-game achievements. Ads revenues for Amazon's benefit, that's true. You push people away for not running ads? Nuh-uh. That is definitely not true. Yeah, I'm sure my viewership would be increased greatly if I ran some ads, right guys? That's what you're here for? Realm 5 and localization system achievements. People come in, see an ad, and leave because of pre-rolls. Well, I can't do anything about pre-rolls. I can't turn those off. Those are the only ones that I can't turn off. I would if I could, I'll tell you that, because I don't make any money from it anyway. But I turn off everything that I can. And I'll tell you what, most of the revenue, of course, is not coming from ads. I made 42 cents today on ads. 20 cents yesterday. So, if somebody subs, I make a hell of a lot more. I wish I could turn off pre-rolls, to be honest. What do I think of DEI in games? Give me an example of DEI in games. Think how much more it could be? What, 80 cents? No. Nope, I'm never gonna run ads. I don't care how many viewers we have. Black Samurai. Do you have proof that it was forced inclusivity? I mean, Yasuke was a real person. There's a lot of contention around whether or not he had any semblance of, you know, samurai blood in him. But as historical fiction, I mean, if you want to write that, sure. I think the worst part about the historical fiction of Assassin's Creed Shadows was being able to get in a relationship with Nobunaga's sister, which at that time she was already married and had 2 children, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, the Assassin's Creed games have always been historical fiction. But the moment you make your game about political issues,
Mr. President, wake up.
and you make them controversial in some way, then I wouldn't get upset when people don't buy your game because of the controversy or political issues. Okay, these look pretty well laid out, at least for starters. But we should make a note somewhere that all time estimates, especially later on throughout, or especially later milestones, are extremely conservative, or extremely liberal, I should say, extremely liberal. And placeholder. You watch 400 ads on your channel today? I'm sorry to hear that. For anybody who had to watch ads today. I feel so sorry. I'm really sorry. If I could turn them off, I would. All I can say is use an ad blocker. Use a pie hole if you have one. Whatever you can do to get rid of the ads. And on YouTube, you can use those too. You can watch all of our past streams, and I don't run any ads on our YouTube. I think political issues can have its place in games, but not when it's to push one agenda. Some games can do it right. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think a game shouldn't be made that's trying to push an agenda or say something. If somebody wants to make the most left-leaning, politically driven game ever, or the most right-leaning, politically driven game ever, they should be allowed to, right? That's freedom of speech, freedom of expression. I just wouldn't get too upset when people don't buy it for those reasons. I mean, like, all political issues are pretty divisive these days, and you know, you make a game with divisive content and people are going to get divided. And I think that the issue right now is not that people are making these games, although some individuals are upset that these games are made, but rather that the developers are upset that people are upset about it. Rough living document that describes features and milestones we plan to have in Coin Pusher Realms. I actually don't have really anything else to say about that. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Too many stories are just one man versus the world. A good sidekick shows it takes a community to get the shit done. Oh, you miss sidekick in action films? Yeah, I do too. I agree with that. I actually really like the inclusion of, like, Robin in the Batman trilogy from Christopher Nolan. I really like Batman as a whole. VPN from Russian server, you get no ads anywhere. Do what you gotta do. Ads suck. I kind of wish Twitch would just run like banner or panel ads on the side that wouldn't interrupt the stream. Because I think a lot of people will click on a new stream, get a pre-roll ad, and just click off because it's annoying. I don't blame them. Especially if it's like 2 minutes of ads or something. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Anything after early access is a big question mark. Honestly, anything within vertical slice is also a big question mark too. We're gonna have to just do these 3 milestones in first playable, and then use our documentation to really make the to readdress vertical slice and to budget it out. But we're not gonna know anything until we actually do the first playable. So it's a good start. We should link to the intro level. Where is that? Here. Because we do have a document for that. You feel like when they try to force a certain aspect of a character to be something other just for the sake of it, people look at the game film in a different light. A good example of this in movies would be the new Snow White. No, I agree with that. Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of the, like, gender swapping, like with that Ghostbusters or something. That does feel forced. And it doesn't feel like it has an audience. But I do believe that the people screaming DEI about games have gone a bit too far, or label games that this doesn't apply to. Like, a lot of people said this about South of Midnight. But, like, South of Midnight, I believe, takes place in Louisiana, in the bayou. I think it's very fair to have a protagonist that is African American. It's just that is what the demographics of that region look like. But people will call it DEI because it's an African American woman as the main protagonist, and I don't think that's I don't think that helps the discussion at all. Have I started looking into nurseries? Oh, do I need to? I don't know if I need to. How does inclusionary stories too many of the characters are trying to be the main character and don't leave room for the player to leave their mark on the protagonist? That's more what I feel is wrong with the flavor of me. That's fair. I mean, I don't think that all protagonists need to be relatable or likable. homeschooling or having a kid, it says planning pre-production. I don't think I'm going to refer to planning a baby as planning pre-production. I think my wife might leave me if I do that. The whole game is Creole themed anyway, right? Not even just the protagonist. Yeah, the whole thing of South of Midnight is, and from what I heard, it was a really good game. But you did have a lot of people labeling this as DEI just because you play as black woman, blah blah blah. So I don't know. To me, that's where the conversation goes a bit too far, and people are judging something before even seeing or asking themselves if it makes sense. Are we planning a baby? Yeah, I'm pregnant. Yeah. Actually, I've been losing weight recently. Level. I'm getting off topic here. Intro level. Here it is. Refer to CPR A11. Here we go. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag would not exist if made today. Be too much of a risk because of the slaves. Hanging of slaves and anything slave related being around the 1700s time period. I don't know. We're always off topic, that's just the vibe of the community. True. You're right. Yeah, no worries, Marty. But the thing is with Sweet Baby Inc. is a symptom, right? They exist because people outsource their narrative of their story. That happens all the time. Or they outsource finding people to consult with, right? If I'm writing a game about the Louisiana Bayou, it would be good to talk to people who live there and have experienced it, right? Or if people who lived in, I don't know, Kathmandu, right? In Nepal. I should talk to people who actually live there, who are Nepalese. What bothers me more is not what Sweet Baby Inc. does, or the fact that people outsource their narrative and writing, but rather what Sweet Baby Inc. employees were saying on Twitter and in some of their leaked talks, where it was very exclusionary language and a bit extremist. So I wouldn't hire somebody like that for my story, but if I was writing a story about a Nepalese mother carrying her baby up to base camp of Everest or something, I'd probably want to speak to people who have gone to base camp, to Nepalese women. You know, it would just make sense. It would make the game more immersive, more realistic, more engaging, and I don't know. It is. I agree. Sweet Baby Inc. itself has that agenda, and that's why I don't like them. But it's not that we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I think we need to be a little bit nuanced. Lesbo couple with the baby, probably. I agree with that. It just seems, some of it seems kind of silly. Like, who are you making this game for, right? You're spending $500,000 to make a story that people aren't really gonna play. I mean, you can do it, just don't expect it to be financially successful if you have taken your piece of the, let's say, like, narrative-driven pie, and, you know, of all the gamers in the world, these are the ones over here who are going to play story-driven games, and this tiny fraction here are the people that are going to play a story-driven game about a lesbian couple with a baby. Okay, sure, if there's enough money from these people to make your game financially successful, then go for it. But don't get upset if you have whittled away the piece of the pie so small that it is never going to be financially successful. Thanks for the picture, Spider. You're welcome. You had that with like Dustborn, right? Like Dustborn just felt like it was a game that wasn't made for enough people. And you know, that's kind of what you get, right? You get this. 83 max peak. Why is the portion of players that want Lesbo games with the baby drawn to look like a vagina? That's just how the way the world works. Whatever happened to the silent protagonist? Gearbox came along and made Borderlands. And then you have releases like, oh shit, what was it? Forspoken. Did I just do that? No freaking way, man. Let me fix up this. Okay, so I want to talk about the trinkets here because we have some more time today. You know, the biggest point of contention here is the technical hurdle of baking in certain info to seed generation to keep it consistent between game versions and content discrepancies, right? DLC. We wanted to seed certain items or certain parts of the trinket based on the initial seed, but this of course means if we add new number of debuffs or buffs and debuffs or new rarities or whatever, old seeds aren't going to work here. So there is an idea that we could use a seed to generate a number between a normalized range and then fit in content within that that range itself, which could work. I don't know, there's still a bit of an unknown here, and I'm trying to figure out how we can best resolve it. Let me walk through it here. So we have trinket, right? Or trinket buffs and debuffs. And we have buff 1, buff 2, buff 3 on release. We generate a random seed, right? Like this seed. And this is going to choose buff 2 out of a array of length 3. Unfortunately, if we add in buff 4, now the array is length 4, and the seed will generate a different result because of the different length of the array. This is a problem, right? So we now have a seed that is not going to work between balance updates or new game versions with new content. Not great though, but if we could use the seed instead to generate between 1 and 100 and use that number to pull from, let's use like this. We have multiple arrays, right? And actually, let's use it this way. Buff 1 to 3. We have 3 buffs. Buff 1, buff 2, buff 3. One in 100, this can work. Or we have, let's say, buff 2, buff 3, buff 4. In this way, this will always generate a consistent number. So seed generates 69, of course. And that way, for each of the consistent generation algorithms, or for content discrepancies, we are still generating the exact same number with that we can use to determine where this falls. I suppose my concern here comes from how the player selects and knows which game version and content is being used to generate this trinket, right? That's why you guys talking about dicks now? Oh shit. That time of the stream? Pee-pee time? So we can show the player, hey, this is the version that this was generated in. So if you want to generate the same trinket again, you know, even if the game is updated to a later version, you can select the version and we'll know exactly which buffs and debuffs are available by setting the content pool, guaranteeing that the seed works for that. I don't know if this will work though. This is one possible theory to fix the problem. I don't know. I gotta speak to some programmers about this. I'll speak to Kotzber about this. You know, the good news is we don't need to worry about this until EA2, which is likely over a year and a half away, minimum. I don't know why I keep thinking about this so much. I guess it's just because I can't find a solution that works. But this could work. Hey, I Just Ghost. How's it going? It's going good. We just finished writing up our milestones, or at least the first, iteration of them, right? And what they might look like and how much time they might take. And now I'm kind of out of things to do today because tomorrow I have to go to Wrocław to meet up with some colleagues and do some playtesting. And then Friday we're doing our 24-hour stream. That should be fun. And then we have like 2 or 3 days next week of some development up until Ghost of Yote comes out. I should put up in our stream title, by the way, that we have 24-hour stream Friday. You're in the dreaded playtest stage myself. I kind of hope that I'm not a bad playtester because I'm a developer, right? And I'm a big gamer. I'm not really the average player when it comes to games. Especially for, certain circumstances like this. But I hope I can, provide something of use to them. Yeah, big gamer, capital G-A-Y, that's right. If I can kiss other men, I'm playing your game. Well, no, kissing other men isn't gay because, who understands a man's problems more than a man? Nobody. And having somebody that understands your problems isn't gay at all. I mean, that's like the perfect relationship, right? You're not for playtester for my games? Other games I can help, but not with mine? Well, yeah, I don't think any developer is a good playtester of their own game. Great, the deer hunter is here. I almost got a job working on The Hunter. This game. Almost got a job working. I was so excited. They wanted to hire me but didn't have the money to hire me. Which was really, really sad. Like, I did great during their test. I talked to their designers. They liked me. I don't know. It would have been kind of fun. I do like hunting. What are you gonna do? Sometimes things don't work out. You know what could be useful today is actually leaving a little bit early to prepare. It's gonna sound so weird, but to prepare ingredients for Friday. Because I want to make chili. I want to start off the day by making chili. But I want to have certain things ready for that. But I'm thinking of like taking my camera and moving it here, because I have a tripod and it's a pretty big tripod. And I can aim it down at our desk. And I can make chili while you guys are watching. And teach you my recipe for easy crockpot chili. Takes like maximum an hour to prepare. And then we're gonna set that aside and put that in the crock pot to cook for like 4 hours. And then we can come and play games while waiting for that. Which would be pretty cool. That game is the reason I'm a dev making a hunting game. They pissed me off so bad. I said, if these idiots can do it, I can do it too. You game dev because of spite and disappointment. I'm gonna be real, guys. I am also pretty driven by spite and disappointment. Any other developers in chat driven by spite and disappointment? Oh, you tell me I can't make this game? Well, fuck you. Watch me make this game. Oh my god, are we just all is game dev just driven by spite and disappointment fueled by vaping and alcohol? Is that how toxic our industry is? Like nothing to do. Hey, you guys want to watch like a Tim Kaine video today? Planning for a sequel would be a good one. Psychology and video game design, that's always... You know what I see a lot? I see a lot of like new game designers getting trapped in the psychology loop. I feel like sometimes junior game designers can read too many books or watch too many videos about psychology. And you know, psychology is a very important topic in game design, of course. But they get too trapped up in it, and it can often lead to designing a game for people's brains as opposed to designing a game to actually be something unique and enjoyable. You know, it's like distilling down the chemical reactions, but forgetting that games are about experiences as opposed to just raw chemicals and emotions. There's a balance between the two. Tough one though. I really thought that they were a great game dev, told me some things, and I just set myself to prove them wrong, and it's going really good. I hope it wasn't me. Before I realize how hard this is, now I strive to be the kind of game devs that pisses off the next future game dev. My goal is to try and be the game developer that, as a gamer, I would want to support. And, like, follow along with their development process. I'm a little ways away from that though. Well, let's do it. Let's do it because I don't have anything else to do today, and I need to see what mainly the first playable 1, 2, and 3. I need to see what Kotspur and Rex think about this, and then I need to translate this to our agile board, which right now is just a bunch of placeholder bullshit. So I need to see what they think of this, and then we can start to map out the epics and the user stories and the developer stories for first playable milestone 1, and then we could even jump in as early as next week Monday to start working on something, because we have those 3 days before Ghost of Yotei. God, these 2 months are just so many games. I want to make a game that I myself would play. I want to make a game that I enjoy playing, but also I want to make a couple of games. I want to make a game for my dad before he's too old to, enjoy games very much anymore. I don't know. I don't want to get too weird about it, but he's a big fan of open world RPGs, and I want to make an open world RPG for him. But I feel like I'm still just so far away from being able to accomplish that with our resources that we have. In the future. In the future. What can we do for 3 days? What can we do in 3 days? I don't want to do GDD. Fuck that. I'd rather just go into it, start working on stuff in Engine. We could start placing down some of the basic stuff, get a functional project working. Rex has already started on the mood board. I can get a small drinking habit. I can't drink until December, minimum. Because I have to fix some of my blood levels, do another liver scan, and if everything looks good, maybe I can sparingly have a drink. But I don't know yet. I'm hopeful. Hopeful I haven't fucked myself over. Yeah, I'm getting old. Get a mic on him when he first plays and puts his voices as his reactions to his main character voice lines. Well, I would. So if he's a big fan of Might and Magic, Witcher, Ultima, very old school dungeon crawler kind of fantasy style game. So I wanted to make Cauldron Chronicles as an introduction to our universe, and then make a more traditional open world fantasy hack and slash game or whatever, or action driven game in the same universe that I think would be really appealing to him, because I don't think Cauldron Chronicles would be his kind of cup of tea. But he'd probably still play it. I don't know. We're all getting old. The young devs catch up to you now. Who knew our parents were right about that? Yeah. And then we're gonna be the ones telling our kids about it. They'll be like, "Nuh-uh, you liar." You know what? Let me use tomorrow. I have 4 hours of train rides tomorrow, and probably another hour of traveling in between that. I will think tomorrow about what we could do for the first 3 days of next week. Even if it's just as simple as getting some of the basics set up, testing out some more things with our data layers, anything. And maybe determining which minigame we want and how to get that functional. But we're gonna rapidly prototype this shit out of this first realm. We could even start blocking out the first level, to be honest, and like where we want certain things. That's okay too. I mean, that would be fun. Let's do that. Let's block out. Let's block out. Let's determine our first minigame and start with that. That would be a really fun thing to do. Okay. So let's do this for the rest of today. I will end the YouTube recording for today's development. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to come back. We can do like 1 or 2 Tim Kaine videos. And then I'm going to leave a little bit early so I can hit up the store, buy what I need for chili for Friday. And I need to wake up at like 6 a.m. tomorrow, because I have a really early train to Wrocław. So I'm gonna catch some early Z's today, do what I need to do tomorrow, prepare for Friday, and then we're gonna come in, I think around like 8 a.m. on Friday, 8:30ish. You know, a little bit before our 9 a.m. time, and we're gonna start by making the chili, putting it up to cook, and then jumping into Skyrim, where we're gonna do a randomized Skyrim run, including doors. So I'm gonna enter a door to some like random ass shack, and it's gonna take me to some crazy dungeon, right? It's gonna be wild, and we're gonna see how far we can get in the main story of Skyrim with everything randomized. NPCs, items, doors. It's gonna be chaos. And you guys will have access to crowd control effects, which are gonna be really, really fun. And I'll give you some examples of what you'll be able to do to me. You can give me health, take away health. You can activate certain spell effects like a scroll of invisibility. That would help. Or a scroll of blizzard. Probably not the most useful for me. You can damage me. You can decrease the amount of damage that I do. Or slow me down. Deplete my stamina. Kill me. You can just outright kill me if you want. You can launch me into the air, spawn bandits, dragons, whatever you want. Give me money, take away money. Take away my lockpicks. Don't do that, dude. If you guys fucking take away lockpicks, I'm gonna lose it. But it'll be fun. That's part of the point, right? Channel points or bits. It will be. You can probably redeem some channel points for crowd control points, and then you can buy more with bits. So I'm not going to make it all one or the other, but I need to set up the prices for those. And turn off, I think there's only a couple effects that I have to turn off that will actually glitch out the some of the mods we use. Primarily like sending me to jail will really glitch out a couple of the mods. Okay, I will end the YouTube recording there. Give me 1 second. And then I will go to the bathroom, and we'll come back and we'll do a couple of Tim Kaine stuff. And I'm gonna talk to the team tonight about the first playable, because I don't want to go too far without them knowing what we're doing. And let's watch Planning for a Sequel. Game development as a family car trip and psychology in game design. We'll watch those 3, and then I'll release one for today, one on, and maybe 2 on tomorrow since you guys won't have me. But I won't do anything newer because that will be too new. Here be.